Welcome once again to Man Cup Racing here at Darlington Dragway. It's a 190 Hookup Nationals, and we are in day 3, the big day. All the qualifying's done, all the practicing is done. It's all over but the racing at this point. And we've got a number of amazing performances here this weekend. A lot of great points chases to get you all in mind about. Right now, we're going to talk about number 1 qualifiers and points chases. And of course, number 1 qualifier in Pro Mod is none other than Tyrone Lemons, kicking it this weekend. And of course, Terry Wynn is a current points leader, and he's here this weekend. He may extend his points leader going into the finals. So great work there for Terry Wynn. Chris Edwards is our number 1 qualifier in the ever-exciting Pro Open class, but Tommy Saxon is second in points behind Travis Davis, who is out racing PDRA this weekend. So Tommy's going to get a chance to put some, progress on Mr. Davis heading into the finals. So that should be an exciting race to the finish out there in Valdosta, 1 month. Don't miss it. Of course, now in Ultra 460, Chad Otts made it happen. 460 with an 0-0-0. So number 1 qualifier with a bullet, Chad Otts. Deshaun Wheeler's got a commanding points lead in Ultra 460, so he looks like a lock going into the finals, but he's here this weekend. He ain't letting up. I wouldn't either. Of course, in Top Gas, it's the girl power class. Last year's number 1 champion is Josie Brooks, and she has qualified number 1 here this weekend. But breathing down her neck is Heather Baldy, number 1 qualifier here this weekend. So that's going to be a heck of a fight. Supercom 560, Santi Rodriguez. John Markham, who runs like almost every class in the place, is nipping at his heels. So that's going to be another amazing matchup going into the finals. And last but not least, in Ultra Sportsman, we've got Moses Little. Once again, John Markham is leading the points with a bullet. Looks like a lock for the championship. So lots of amazing races this weekend. Lots of amazing points chases. Of course, we got a little jacked up by missing a race to Hurricane Helene. But it's all happening here this weekend. So lock it in, stay tuned, and stop watching Man Cup here at the 190hookup.com Darlington Nationals.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard, fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of FuelTech's features. Learn more about what FuelTech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We're here now with Tommy Saxon, one of the strongest runners here in Pro Mod on the Bilvo's Racing Prepared Turbo Bike. And that's been an interesting transition to watch as Bilvo's has discovered turbos in a big way in recent years. There's no better way to make big power dependably, durably, safely, and certainly about all the power you can use. And in terms of getting that kind of power to the ground and making a bike that's rideable, there's been a lot of new advancements in terms of chassis and aerodynamics. So we noticed some unique things here today, and today we're going to spend a little more time with high-tech bikes, whereas yesterday we spent a little more time with old-school bikes. So tell me, one of the things that stuck out at me about this was these wings you've got on each side of the engine. Tell us just a little bit about the wings.
Well, before we got the wings going, the bike was really unstable in the air making the pass, and we come up with a design to do the wings. I got a guy that does the wings for Indy cars, so he computerly designed the wings for my bike, stuck them on, and it made total difference going down the track. I
Could you tell a difference right away?
Oh, it stabilized it. It wasn't front tire in the air. It stabilized it completely. Then we got it working with them, so I made different sizes, trying them out. These are 5-inch, and right now it's stabilized. Turn down 8 miles, so that's what we was wanting.
Wow, that's amazing. And you know, this type of forward wing, I guess in aviation circles we call it a canard wing, has been attempted in the past on bikes, but usually they've been farther forward, farther out, attempting to catch the air right at the front of the bike, and have proven to be handling deficiencies associated with the wings. So now the racers are learning where to install them, how to get quality people involved to make sure that it's going to work the way it's intended. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we see this picking up. I think you mentioned there's some other racers trying this as well.
Yeah, Nigel Patrick out west and doing it, so we're great for him. He loves them.
He's better too.
Oh yeah, and a couple of people overseas has got them, so it's coming around.
Well, it's just a matter of time, because anything this light, this trick that adds this much stability and performance, you know, as we try to keep these bucking Broncos from just trying to sky the front tire all the way down the track. And speaking of that, we found something else on this bike that I'd like you to elaborate a little bit on. Normally on these bikes, we'll see solid side panels and solid under trays, but you've told me we're doing something a little different here. Tell us about that, Tommy.
Well, I knew the air was getting trapped underneath and it was making it like a sail, so I come up with hole panels, bottom and side, to let the air out. So it made a world of difference doing that.
And I imagine it would, you know, because catching air, obviously the bikes are not fully faired. It's not like an automobile where everything's sealed in up front. There's lots of places to catch air. And when we're trying to get this thing down the track in minus 4-second range at 180 plus miles per hour, there's a lot of air to contend with. So, and you know what he's utilized here is a pretty simple material. It's called perforated metal, widely available, pretty lightweight, looks trick, works like crazy. So look at this, you're kind of leading the way with aerodynamics here.
Well, we try, so.
Well, you got the horsepower, and it's all about making it something you can actually get on the track time after time. That's what makes it happen here, and it's Pro Mod, brought to you by Man Cup. This is the Darlington Nationals. Stay tuned. We got a lot more to show you yet today.
Hollywood. Hollywood. All right, guys. This is Chaplain Santi Rodriguez. I want to welcome everybody to the 190. We're getting ready to start the event, so if you will, please bow your heads and let's say a prayer. Dear Heavenly Gracious Father, Lord, we thank you for this absolutely beautiful weather. We ask you, Lord, to be with each and every one of the staff working the track. Please keep them safe. Let them do their jobs diligently, Lord, and keep us safe. We ask you to be with each and every one of the racers. Let them race to the best of their ability, Lord. Let their machines run straight and true, and keep them safe. We ask you to be with all the spectators that are here, Lord. Please bless them and let us put on a good show. We ask you to be with each and every one of the racers as we travel home and give us travel mercies and keep us safe until our next appointed time. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Great job, brother. Huh?
I already have the experience of working in a dealership.
Okay. So, and then you're going to go try to work with the dealership. Time you come back here and work with me, man. But look, check this out. Where the little power wheels at? I want to see these 60-foot racers with this electricity. Y'all come on up here. We almost got this wrapped up. We working hard up here. Sometimes you got to go old school to make it right, but it needs to be right the first time. All right. We're going to keep rolling and tell you what we could do.
racers, I need y'all to y'all respective lanes. We're going to kick it off with V-Twin ET, Street ET, Pro ET. It's going to be a chip drawn V-Twin ET. The other one we're going to roll up to the lane because there's enough.
We're here now with Josie Brooks, who is our current national champion in the top gas class. Of course, we're running a 5'10" index here this weekend, but she's got her opponent, her nemesis, Heather Baldy, on the #1 qualifying spot this weekend. Saw you guys take a pass together in what was the final round of qualifying. Did that just happen, or was that planned?
Yeah, nope, just sorted out that way. Not planned.
Excellent. So now Heather's got a good lead in the points. Do you think you can catch her? Is that the plan?
I think anything is possible, absolutely. Yeah.
Outstanding. So tell us, how did you get to this point? What got you on such a fast motorcycle?
Well, I started slow for sure on a motorcycle, and over the years, you know, once you catch that drag racing bug, a little bit faster, and here we are.
And next thing you know, you're a national champion. Did you ever think that would happen?
No, you know what? We always just raced at home with cars, in fact, not against mostly motorcycles. And then I decided I wanted to try Top Gas and 460 and all that goes with that fun. So we started coming to Man Cup events and haven't looked back. Great events, great facilities that they take us to, and it's like American family.
Wow, that's cool. And I mean, in terms of the people at, the Man Cup primarily serves the southeastern portion of the United States, but of course, you're from far away. How many miles, or shall I say kilometers, do you have to drive to get to one of these races?
So kilometers to here, it was, I think, almost 1,100, so it's at about 700 and some odd miles. It was a big day. We left at 4 a.m., we got here at 8 p.m.
Wow. And do you guys trade off driving during the run?
No, only my husband actually has the air brake endorsement we need to drive the coach, so he's stuck doing the full duty every time.
Well, if there's one thing I've learned, driving an RV is probably one of the easiest ways to go down the road because it's so comfortable, as opposed to driving a car or a pickup truck, so you can put on a lot of miles in a day. So I get the feeling you're from the southern part of Canada, am I correct?
Yeah, southwestern Ontario.
Southwestern Ontario. Excellent. So tell us, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out at home? Sponsors, family, anybody?
So my mom is always watching. Hi, Mom. My daughter Jamie usually is tuned in at home when she can't be with us. Yeah, and everybody else. Hi.
Outstanding. So that's Josie Brooks, part of the two-woman wrecking ball that's currently dominating Top Gas. And, we've got a lot of female racers out here in the drag bike world. I mean, from Sportsman classes to ET to even NHRA Pro Stock. Winningest NHRA Pro Stock racer on a motorcycle in history, of course, is Angel. Who can forget Angel? What a force they are. So thanks for spending some time with us this weekend. And we look forward to having you at the finals. Can we count on you?
Yes, we'll be there.
Outstanding. All right, we're going to go back to racing action now and keep watching us here at the 190hookup.com Nationals.
Go home for the event. MPS Racing Pro ET will follow up Street ET, and that's the same thing applies. We lose and we go home. Elimination round in ET coming up. As Broderick announced, the 460 ladder is down at registration here in the next 5 minutes. So we're moving through. have a competition, Fred. I mean, that's just it. I mean, can we roll with it? Those are the pairs, and he's just going to have a competition box. With that guy.
Street T. Round number 2, elimination round, rolling in a pole.
Attention in the pits, racers. We have tried repeatedly resetting the system, but the scoreboard in the left lane is just not cooperating with us at this point. The Darlington Dragway track staff will continue to address it, but at this point we do not have a scoreboard for you in the left lane, unfortunately. Please be very clear when you speak your dial-ins. Try to make sure that you do your best to help yourself out. Barry Purnell, left side. Savannah Vose in the right lane. Here in Voodoo Custom Street ET elimination round number 2. A winner go home. We'll follow that up with MPS Racing Pro ET round number 2. Great drag race right here. Green lights a pair. Finish line, Savannah Vose, 6:01 on a 6 flat. Couple that with an 0.2 reaction time, and that spelled defeat for Barry. He had an 0.7. He was in the game, but Savannah laid waste to that. Scotty Samish picking up the win there. Was a double breakout situation. He was 7 under to 10 under for CJ Mims. Tom Lagasse taking the W, 6:23 and a 6:15. Roscoe Brown, 6:26 on a 6:33 with a decidedly late reaction time, unfortunately. So 5:10. Bryce Jackson, right side. On his Gixxer 1000, he's up against Javante Jones. Javante, ooh, 6:21 on a 6:20. Javante, 5:73 on a 5:61 for Bryce, and Javante had the reaction time advantage. So, taking care of business. right, finishing up our Voodoo Custom Street ET action, and then we're going to move into MPS Racing Pro ET, round number 2. This is a win or go home round for your MPS Racing Pro ET riders. Duffy Freeman left side and Rylan Rowe on the right side. This is a great little drag race right here. To give it to Rylan on a great race. Pro ET will be next up, and then we will run the pros. That run order will be Pro Mod, Fast by Gas Pro Mod will be first out. Follow it up with Robinson Industries Pro Open, and then Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. So Pro ET will finish up the ET categories. We will move into the pros, and then after the pros, we will run the Sportsman categories in their traditional run order out of their lanes. Ultra Sportsman, Super Comp, and then Top Gas.
All right, now no look at motorcycle drag racing would be complete without a quick glance at what we call grudge racing. If you followed the motorcycle drag racing scene at all in the last decade, you know grudge has come on hard. The Kings of Grudge, there's all kinds of... We even saw one of the first 5-second passes by a no-bar bike by, of course, the amazing Chris
Moore.
Yeah. So, of course, we're not supposed to talk about that. I did it. Oops. But he talked about it, so I can. But, of course, in grudge racing, it's all about the secrecy. You don't show your hand. You don't show your capabilities. We saw this amazing grudge bike right here with Chris Edwards and just wanted to get some coverage. Look at the level of detail on this machine. You know, for years, grudge bikes were associated with kind of a grungy approach. Don't get me wrong. There were some nice ones. But, you know, most of them were more about power than appearance. More about winning races and winning bets than winning fans in a show. But this thing is just absolutely precision gorgeous in every way. So let me ask you, Chris, how long ago did you start building this one?
I've had this bike for 16 years now.
16 years. And it looks like brand new, so you've just been making it go different ways all the way, huh?
It's been a different it's been a motorbike, it's been a nitrous bike, it's been a turbo bike, now it's back to a nitrous bike. It's just a ever-evolving.
It's like a box of Legos. Just keep making whatever you want with it, right?
I've had this bike longer than I've had my oldest son, so it's a part of the family.
Wow, that's amazing. And, you know, many grudge bikes have a name. Does this bike have a name?
Yeah, it's known as Freight Train.
Freight Train, awesome. And, of course, you know, Chris likes to play in Pro Open, too. If we take a quick look here inside the trailer at Chris's Pro Open bike, which is what he's primarily running here this weekend, go on in and get a closer look at that, Nufo. So, Chris, did you qualify number 1 in Pro Open? Is that the case? I seem to remember.
Yeah, we seem to get lucky every once in a while.
Well, sometimes that's the way it goes with these high-powered all-or-nothing bikes. But, you know, you are obviously an amazing builder. The level of detail is something that really warms my heart, and I've been around this game. So thanks for taking some time with us here today, Chris. Congratulations on your performance in Pro Open. And are you going to keep bringing the Freight Train to our events?
Yeah, as long as y'all are running, we'll be here.
Sounds good. Just another example of the amazing technology you'll find here at Man Cup. Coming at you from the 190hookup.com Nationals.
From top fuel to pro mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
We drive performance. We drive passion, a background in drag racing, and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best, climbing every mountain, topping every peak, until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Okay, we're rolling into first round action of Fast by Gas Pro Modified. This will be Smith versus Smith, Georgia versus Georgia, Kawasaki versus Suzuki. 460 riders, we do need all of you to the lanes if you're not already there. Broderick will be down with a completed ladder momentarily. Look for Broderick in the lanes for your pairings. Appreciate your patience. And they're making noise. Big blow up for Connell Smith in the right lane yesterday. A lot of work to get that Kawasaki, world's quickest Kawasaki, back together, but they did it. So, Smitty in the left lane. His Black Ops Suzuki ready to go. These two riders qualified third and fourth in the field. Connell loses fire in the burnout, but he gets it relit, and it's up on the tire. So both riders have the burnout complete, moving into the staging beams. Connell Smith, right side Kawasaki, and Gerald Smith, left side on his Suzuki. This is first round action of Fast by Gas Pro Modified. Smitty losing fire again. Signal for a single. Smitty unfortunately unable to make the call, the bike not responding, and his day is over here in Fast by Gas Pro Mod action. Let's see what Connell's got for us. Oh, adds a little salt to the wound there. Smitty sees that type of run, but that is a run that advances on. A 10:03 at 40 mile per hour. May have to extract that bike from the racing service. Crew, be attentive to that. Troubled run, but a win nonetheless. A victory nonetheless for Connell Smith on world's quickest Kawasaki. Very tough break there for Smitty and the Black Ops team out of Savannah, Georgia. You could be assured they will regroup and be ready to rock and roll at the Fuel Tech World Finals next month down in Valdosta, Georgia at SGMP. All right, it looks like we've got Connell Smith extracted from the racing surface, and the noise is in the pipe. Terry, the hardest working man in drag racing, win. Left lane. And the Real Housewives of Atlanta movie star in the right lane, JP Maddox. They're moving it in. Wynn versus Maddox. This is played out over to south for a while. Oh, good drag race right here. Give it to Terry Wynn, his very best pass of the weekend, 421 at 170. JP Maddox had the starting line advantage. He goes 428 at 164. Margin of victory was only 0.04 of a second. Terry Wynn picking the pace up. JP Maddox was out of there better on 60 at 105. Was still holding the lead at the 330, but it was Terry's 170-mile-an-hour charge that sealed the deal for him, and he will move on into the semifinals and face off there. Connell Smith and Terry Wynn have both advanced to the semifinals. Your number one qualifier, Tyrone Lemons, appears that he is going to just break the beam and forego lane choice with whomever he has to race in that semifinal round. Interesting philosophy right there, but that's what they decide. All right. Lemons, Wynn, and Connell Smith advance to the semifinal round of Fast by Gas Pro Mod. And 460 riders, if you're not already seeing them in the lanes, Broderick Jackson is down there in the lanes. All right, here they go, moving them into the puddle. First up in the left lane is going to be the Hayabusa-powered entry, Tommy Saxon. Tommy on his Bilbo's Racing Tune entry. Turbocharged Hayabusa, and in the right lane, your defending national champion, Rob Giard. Kawasaki, turbocharged. Both machines fuel injected, both machines on methanol. This is a battle here to see who gets the right to face off in the final. This is for a spot in the final.
and coming into stage.
We got a burn down. They're moving in.
Other guy having trouble. Thomas Saxon, 426. $159 miles per hour.
Saxon moves into the final round. He's going to face your number one qualifier, Chris Edwards, here. And his 426 is a market improvement and well on the way to the type of performance we're used to Saxon running on that Bilbo's Racing tuned entry. He went 104 to 60, 276 to the 330, 159 in the 8th mile an hour, and 426. Chris Edwards, your number one qualifier, went a 460 on this no-bar street-tired machine. Truly a David versus Goliath situation, but it is basically the premise of Pro Open when we developed it a decade ago now, that everything's legal. Just hope you brought enough, and Chris stuffed it in Pro Open and was rewarded with your number one qualifying position, but he just watched Tommy Saxon go a 426, which I think Chris will just look to go A to B. And he is on a boomer right here. This is as good as it's going to get for him. 440 at 171. That was an outstanding pass by Chris Edwards. Outstanding pass by Chris. 440, 171. No bar, street tire goes a 116 to 60. So there you have it. Your final is set in Robinson Industries Pro Open here at the 190hookup.com Nationals. Final is set. We will be rolling our 460 riders to the puddle. 460 riders are going to be moving to the puddle. Chad Otts was your number one qualifier, and he earns the legal bye run here in the first round of eliminations. Other than that, you'll have 10 pairs of racers, and Chad with the earned bye. 460, roll them under the tower, please. 460, once you're paired, just go ahead and head to the puddle. We're ready for you. Barry Purnell to the tower, Barry Purnell to the tower. Barry Purnell to the tower.
They got the bikes fired up. Burnout's complete. Mark Shawash, Harvey Hubbers.
MTC Engineering Super Comp riders, please bring them to your lane for pairings. We got Mark Schwam left side and Harvey Hubbard right. Schwam turns it red. Harvey too quick, 4:55, but gets the W.
Josie Brooks versus Mantez Sr.
Mantez Thompson Sr., Decatur, Alabama, left side, and Josie Brooks, the Polar Express, on her Suzuki. Josie getting a W, 472. Something went away on Mantez's machine. Very uncharacteristic on Mantez, one of the top runners in 460. Josie Brooks advances to round number 2.
Next we have Tyrone Lemons versus Joe Procopio. They're fired up. They're staging. Who's getting on the second beam first? Joe Procopio, take it for the win. 458. Deshaun Wheeler versus John Krakalish.
John Krakalichi right side, Deshaun Wheeler left. In that last pair, Tyrone Lemons laid the tree over, went 0-1-2, but just too big a breakout. Joe Procopio closer to the index, his 458, the less of two evils, but Joe was there for the taking. Tyrone had 7 on the tree on him, and that in a lot of cases spells defeat, but when you're going that quick, that fast, it's hard to judge it. Deshaun Wheeler, John Krakalichi right here. Both riders moving in.
Something went wrong with Deshaun Wheeler bike. He didn't want to shift. Deshaun Wheeler won a 471. John Krakalish won a 479.
Big time upset right there. Krakalici's 479 defeats the quicker 471 of Deshaun. Deshaun's bike just under power, and John drove around him. The reaction time advantage, the difference there was only 0.18 at the finish line. John Krakalici, that's got to go down as the upset of first round. I doubt you'll top that one. Krakalici moving into the second round.
Brian Smith versus Mike Yeh. And the first B.
Tian winning that one over Brian Smith. Brian going too quick. Tian on a roll. 0-2 light with a 461. He is strolling. Scott Samish on the little Kawasaki that can. Left lane. He's up against Ronnie Procopio in this pair.
Dan the B. Ronnie Procopio, 461. Scott, 463.
That was an outstanding drag race. Samish actually had the reaction time advantage at 0-1-2. Ronnie was 0-1-9, and he was second off the line. Samish with the reaction time advantage, 463. That was as close as they come first round right there. Great job by Samish. Pushed him right to the edge, but Ronnie showed why he is the multi-time champion he is. 461 moves on. Good job on both riders. Next up, you got Sean Rainey, the Rain Man from Connecticut, left side. Right side, Wade Cherry out of Fayetteville, North Carolina.
And the B. They off the tree. .460 with a 7. 493.
Sean Rainey advances his 467 coupled with an 04 light. He moves into round two. Wade Cherry had some difficulty there. Is 493 at 146, a little off pace. And that was not going to cut it against Sean Rainey. Rashad Jones from Mississippi, left side, and John Sachs from Loxahatchee, Florida, right side.
All right, they getting in the bin. They off the tree. 460 with a 9. 475.
Another great race off the starting line. Both riders had 04 lights. Both riders were on the tree. Rashad closer to the number. His 469 holds off the 475 from John Sachs. Lowry Callahan next up, left side, Kawasaki rider, and Jamar Watkins, right side, coming in from Huntsville, Alabama on his Suzuki.
in the bin. Gone. $466 to John Watkins, $458.
Jamar was just too quick. He had a decided reaction time advantage, but he went 103 to 60, 291 to 330. He just couldn't play the finish line right. He breaks out at 458, only 137 mile per hour. Lowry Callahan gets through round one with his 466 at 151 mile per hour. Chad Otts, your number one qualifier, taking his legal bye run in this first round of eliminations.
Chad Oxen in the bin. Chad went red. 466. He did a 001 off the tree.
Otts turned it red, 001 red. Just a whisker, and goes 466 at 145. He'll learn from that. Looks like we've got a competition break here. Tim Shelton, his competition, a no-show.
He's coming in the bin. God. He's gone. 460 with a 0.
Tim Shelton nails the number. 460 with an 8, 148 mile per hour. He is all over that number. 460 with an 8. Sharp on the tree. He doesn't leave much meat on the bone as he moves into elimination round number 2.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
And we would not be a complete coverage of this event if we didn't talk to this man right here, Rob Bush of Rob Bush Racing. And, of course, we also would say this is the man behind 190hookup.com. And so as our event sponsor, Rob's here with a couple of cool machines. Here is All Motor Grudge Bike. Behind us is his recently acquired four-wheel motorcycle engine dragster. So tell us a little bit about the Grudge Bike. And, you know, again, it's our high-tech Sunday. Tell us what makes this one a high-tech machine.
It's really all the parts on the inside of the engine to be able to handle all the nitro content that we put in it.
Okay, so like nitro has made its way into normally aspirated stuff in a big way of late, which is kind of a throwback to way back in the day because it wasn't always all about injection and blowers. You know, the first experimentations with nitro back in the, 1950s came through carburetors.
Yeah, oh yeah. These things are all fuel injected now. I mean, we've got the best technology with max ECU and stuff like that, you know. You can do about anything you want nowadays.
Yeah, that's amazing. So tell me what kind of load of nitro is in here if you can even tell me. And if I'm asking you secret stuff, you just let me know.
It's really not secret. I mean, we start with 50-50 So it's 50% alcohol, 50% nitro. But then we also have a drum of 100% nitro, so we can keep adding a little bit and a little bit to keep spicing that up. And I mean, you talk 3 or 4% makes a huge difference. I mean, it is a world of difference.
You know, it reminds me of an old saying from the late great Elmer Trett. You know, he would talk about nitro in the terms of its destructive capability, and his saying was, with nitro, the piston always goes down. And what he meant by that is, even if that means it's the cylinder head and barrel going up past the piston always goes down. So lots of explosive capability. Now, when you mix a nitro for a machine like this, do you use a hydrometer?
Yes, we do. Yes. That's the only way to tell, because as the temperature changes throughout the day, your nitro content will actually change. So you got to use a hydrometer. Say that it's 60 degrees out, and you test it, it can be 52%. With it's 90 degrees out, it can be 48. You know, so you got to test it every time.
That's amazing. And of course, you know, for so many years, nitromethane has been the sole realm of high-end motorsports. You know, top fuel cars, funny cars, injected nitro cars, which are one of my personal favorites. Yep. Of course, we used to have some injected nitro bikes back in the day, even in motorcycle drag racing in Pro Comp and Pro Mod. Those became a little less in favor when the turbo and nitrous combinations just started to really dominate. But, you know, nitromethane, the reason it makes so much power, and God knows it does, is we can burn such voluminous amounts of it, basically, you know, 15 times as much fuel per air as we can with gasoline, about half that on alcohol. But the other thing that makes it such a boomer is nitromethane in its chemical mix carries a huge load of its own oxygen, which is liberated upon combustion in the cylinder. So, I mean, it's just all the fuel, all the air. It's everything. So how long have you been playing with nitro now? All your career, or has it been particularly lately?
No, we've done this in about the last 2 years. Going back to nitro, God rest his soul, John Sands. If he were still alive today, I would have had an injected Hayabusa 10 years ago. We were working on that platform when he passed away. He was working on developing how to get the nozzles directly into the cylinder head. We're still using conventional Hayabusa throttle bodies with 2,000 cc injectors, but he knew the old school way to do it. He wanted the injector right there on top of the valve. So we were working on that when he passed away, and kind of put that on the back burner for a little while and had to take care of business stuff. So 2 years ago, you know, when the motor stuff started becoming a little more popular, then we said, let's put us one together and go out and test. And I mean, you burn up a lot of parts learning.
Yes, you do.
The pistons that we have in this thing look identical to a top fuel car piston now. They're fully coated, you know, with all the barriers on them, just like a top fuel car uses.
That's amazing. And it's come such a long way. And, you know, John Sands, of course, rest his soul. It's been 14 years since we lost John. He was one of my primary competitors back in the day in Pro Mod and Funny Bike. And without a doubt, one of my favorite competitors ever. He wasn't just smart, he was funny. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, when the green flag dropped, the bull stopped with John, because he was one of the most fierce competitors. He brought my game up so far that, you know, I can't imagine anybody I've competed against that did more. But again, nitro, motorcycles, new but not, but with modern technology, finally able to harness that beast a little more effectively. So great to see racers like you continuing that fine tradition. And I agree, you know, let's keep this ball rolling forward. Let's get this kind of technology ultimately into, you know, Pro Mod, because that's where it belongs, the multi-combo class.
Yeah, the all-motor stuff is making a huge comeback, especially in grudge racing. We tried to do something here at the Man Cup, you know, at the beginning of the season, starting like a 444 class, which really didn't pan out. But, yeah, the all-motor combination is making a huge comeback. We have a big grudge race next weekend at Orangeburg, and there will probably be 8 or 12 of them there. So.
That's amazing. And, you know, it makes a lot of sense, because as mean as nitro is, again, with today's technology, we've got ways to harness it and understand it that we didn't have before. And let's face it, at the end of the day, a grudge bike that's based on nitrous oxide or a turbo, it's a complex beast. There's a lot going on. There's a lot to be said for the power curve of a normally aspirated motor, which, you know, if you keep it tuned right, it's going to do pretty much the same thing every time. And, you know, in a class like this where as much power as you can make and as much consistency as you can develop are the key, this could be the future.
Oh, it definitely is. I mean, there's other fuels out there like the M5 that a lot of the guys use, which M5 is 5% nitro. You know, if we could get those guys, spice that stuff up just a little bit, then it's amazing how quick they can run.
Well, with innovators like you, I'm sure that will continue to happen. It's something I'm really glad to see. Of course, nitro as a fuel in normally aspirated vehicles has also taken off somewhat in the sport compact world. I started to discover that a few years ago when I was working at one of Jason Miller's car events, and on my way back up to the top end, I started sniffing those Pro Stock cars coming by, you know, Pro Stock front drive Hondas, and I'm like, oh yeah. They're tipping the can. They're getting into it. So here it is. So thanks again, Rob. Really appreciate all you've done for the sport. You've had a great career, and you continue to support all the racers, or this organization in particular, but I know you are involved across the board. So appreciate your time today, and keep up the good work.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome. Just one more example of the fine people in technology you'll find at Man Cup. We're here at the 190hookup.com Darlington Nationals. More action coming right at you. All right, now motorcycle engines are used in all kinds of motorsport and not always only on two wheels. Of course, there's three-wheeled machines out there, and there's a lot of four-wheeled machines as well. We see them in cars known as mini sprints. There's any number of road racing cars that use high-powered motorcycle engines, and believe it or not, there are drag cars, very few, but very cool, that use motorcycle engines as well. And thanks to Rob Bush and 190hookup.com, we've got a few of them here this weekend. And this gentleman is one of the handful of racers we've got here with motorcycle engine dragsters and funny cars. This is Dan Bernard. And Dan, tell us what encouraged you to build a funny car with a motorcycle engine.
Well, down where I'm out of Miami, and unfortunately the motorcycle racing has died. So we've got lightweight, lots of power, so you can go fast. And that's drag racing. You know, why build a big V8 when it takes 200 pounds just to move the motor down the track? Where I can take 128 horsepower on my Honda CBR 1000 and do 10 seconds. And it's a $200 motor.
That's an amazing capability. And all that noise you hear in the background is a turbocharged version of one of these cars banging away over there while they're doing some testing. So this is a funny car. And do you have any problems getting that through tech? Is it well accepted? Do you race against other cars with it?
Yeah, I run regular brackets and stuff and index and some heads-up stuff. The chassis is certified 750 quarter mile. It's all chromoly. All of the cars that will be running today are all certified chassis. So getting through tech, sometimes they don't understand, so we have to make sure we have the rule book, because in the rule book there is a specific area for us. It says you can run any snowmobile or motorcycle motor vehicle.
Well, there it is. So tell us a little bit about this Bob Glidden replica there. I mean, that's what that is, right?
Yeah. This is a snowmobile-powered car. It's got a 580 Rotax in it. I don't know the weight on that one, but it'll do 1350s in the quarter mile, about 100 mile an hour, if you've got the balls to hang on to it.
Well, there you go, yeah. Pretty tiny one right there. So let's take a walk over and look at these other full-length dragsters here that use motorcycle engines. And Dan, like I said, you're going to be my spirit guide here. Now, I noticed one of them has a snowmobile style, what we would call a torque converter or continuously variable transmission on it. And I think that's a really good idea. I heard that one go down the track last night. How quick is that one gone?
It's gone 7:15 in the 8th mile.
So again, about a 11-second performance in the quarter mile.
Right. Yeah, somewhere in that neighborhood. It's a Yamaha R1 out of a snowmobile, box stock with a set of electrons and a MSD, so he has a two-step.
Wow, how cool is that? Now let's take a look at this other one. This looks like quite a bad boy. Turbocharged, long wheelbase. What kind of wheelbase are we talking here? About 160 inches or so?
Yeah, I think that's where we're at, 160, 170 inches on both of the cars.
All right, we're going to take a closer look at the engine on this one because this is cool. And of course, no shortage of technology here as our racer is very busy currently, and we're over here getting in his face while he's trying to do some tuning. Apologize for that, sir. Let me just get your name right quick.
My name is Craig Harrison. Craig Harrison.
Pleased to meet you, Craig. Crazy machine, and I think the video and the pictures tell enough of the story. We'll let you stay busy what you're doing. Thanks for spending a minute with us.
Raw boost supported. It's a turbo methanol Hayabusa. Okay, so it's got the power and can go fast at times.
Outstanding. Love your innovation, love your pioneering. We got another one over here to take a look at, so let's just take a walk. Come on, Dan. Now, of course, I don't know anything about these at this point, but this one even looks a little more radical. How quick is this one in the quarter? Do you know?
He's been 660s with it in the 8th mile. I don't know what it he's never taken it out to a quarter.
Yeah,
it's expecting to do 640s today.
Probably geared for the 8th mile, which makes a lot of sense with a heavier vehicle. And do you know offhand, Dan, what a vehicle like this weighs with the driver?
These, I'm not sure. My funny car is 670 pounds without me. So
okay,
add your weight, and that's what it is.
Hey, in a big scheme of things, certainly not that heavy. And obviously, they're making a go of it here. I was talking with my cameraman earlier about a time back in the 80s when this
J
was
Squared
given a shot by
Plumbing,
some of the
Ultra
bigger
Sports
players out there. Cosman Specialties, Star Racing, Orient Express, all tried it. But, the big difference was back then, the transmissions weren't as strong. The technology as far as power management and clutches was not as developed. So they tended to be a little more troublesome. But, of course, they were also going for the throat with 500 horsepower, really trying to impress the world. Whereas you guys are really just kind of taking it easy, and not to diminish what you're doing. I think you're doing it a smarter way. Rather than trying to throw the kitchen sink at these, they're learning how to make them dependable, efficient, and effective. And I think you've made a great point here. As an alternative to a conventional, V8 drag car, this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I built to the extent of my wallet. I'm not going to
cool.
go broke doing this, and I've seen too many people do that. And for what it cost me to build my car, that's what it would cost me to build a V8 to do a 10-second pass.
Well, and that's just it. Words of wisdom from a racer who knows. And I can honestly say I started drag racing cars back in my early 20s, and I quickly learned that my need for speed outstripped my wallet. And that's what brought me to drag bikes. So, here's something that comes full circle. So just another example of the amazing machinery we see show up at Man Cup events. Dan, thank you for your time today.
Thank you for yours as well.
You're welcome, and we're going to keep showing you all the high-tech, unique tech, and all the variety and diversity you'll see at Man Cup events here this weekend at the 190hookup.com, Darlington Nationals.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Dufour Freeman versus Montez Thompson Jr. Montez hit it. And a beam. Montez Thompson is gone. Duke Freeman with red with a 15 off the double 01 off the tree. Montez did a 598. Duke Freeman did a 607. John Markham versus CJ Marble. They're gone. Six off the tree. CJ Markham took the win.
CJ Mims getting the W with a 6.000 with an 04 tree. Markham tried his best. His 6.03 paling against that 6.000 laid down by CJ Mims. Big Bobby Lovingood left side, Bobby Burt right side.
Yeah, off the tree. Six. Yeah, Thompson Lays versus Chad Nicole. Off the tree. Six 12 with a 9. Chad Nichols.
Another hole shot win right there. Chad Nichols 6'12", besting Tom Lagasse 6'10". Hole shots aplenty here. So we may have a competition signal. Barry Purnell.
A 589 with a 6. Big stand. Coming out of Macon, Georgia. Center beam. Off. Six. Oh, 3 with a 4. Big stand took it.
All right. That is it for the first round action in J Squared Plumbing Ultra Sportsman. Next up will be MTC Engineering Super Comp. They'll take to the track. 560 fixed index there. 4/10 Pro Tree. We'll see if we get as many hole shot W's in Super Comp as we had in Ultra Sportsman. All right, MTC Engineering Super Comp is on the roll. Moving them to the puddle. 560 fixed index, 4/10 Pro Tree. Top gassers. If you're not in the lanes, you're going to miss the round. Be in the lanes for pairings.
Trey Clark versus Dave Young. They're dialed in at 560. They're done with the burnout. He's gone. 558 with a 7. Dave Young.
Randy Smith. Sadir Mingo.
All right, they're in the beam. They're gone. Sam Mingo had some trouble trying to get off the line. Randy Smith, 628 with a 4. Randy Smith took it for a win.
In the left lane, we got Country Boy. In the right lane, we got John Looney.
Country Boy and John Looney. Country Boy still on the line. They're in the beam. They're off. .577 with an 8. An 8:06. Country Boy took the win.
Yo, Joseph. First. Kev.
Daniel Jaws versus Keith Darnos. They're in the beam. Daniel Joyce. They're out. Daniel Joyce had some problems getting off the line. Keith drew on 597. What a 0.
Right on the number.
Q Drew 9 took it for a win. Daniel Joyce had some problems getting off the line. They're fired up.
Jamel Dunbar versus Dwayne Leachman.
They're burned out. And a beam. Take off.
Dwayne Leachman takes the win. A 564 with a 1. Jamel Dunbar hits a 552. Went way too fast.
John Markham versus Mark Switchwell.
They're in the beam. Their takeoff.
John Markham takes the win. 567 with a 2. As Mark takes a 561 with a 1. Good run by the 2.
Chris Edwards.
Right lane, no name. They took off.
Right lane takes the win. 558 with the 7. Both went too fast. Chris Edwards takes a 554 with the 5. Way too fast.
Michael Smith left lane with trouble. Bernard Gilbert right side taking the W. All right, next pair, Eric Yost, left side, and Rylan Rowe, right lane. Kentucky versus Ohio here. Rylan Kawasaki. Looks like Yost is on a Kawasaki as well. Great drag race. 561.0 beating a 561.2. Yost was 026 and he was second off the line. Rylan Rowe, 008 light, left no meat on the bone there. Woo! That was a very close race. Rodney Gant, left side out of Augusta, Georgia on his Kawasaki. We got Chad Nichols right side. Top Gas, Hard Times, Parts and Service, Top Gas, you'll be next up. ET Riders, you will be on a ladder, and ET will run after Top Gas. They move in, and they're gone. Good little drag race. Double breakout, give it to Nichols, his 556, bettering the 554 of Gant. Legal buy run right here. Santi Rodriguez, your defending national champion. He's also the #1 qualifier here. This is his legal buy run. He advances into round 2 competition. I need Hard Times Parts and Service. Top gassers paired up. Move them underneath the tunnel, please. Hard Times Parts and Service. Top gassers. $561 with a 0. Santee getting it done. Top gas, please. Top gas will be next, and then we're going to go back to the ET categories, and ET riders will be on a ladder.
The Bilvos Racing Prepare Turbo Bike, and that's been an interesting transition to watch as Bilvos has discovered turbos in a big way in recent years. There's no better way to make big power dependably, durably, safely, and certainly about all the power you can use. And in terms of getting that kind of power to the ground and making a bike that's rideable, there's been a lot of new advancements in terms of chassis and aerodynamics. So we noticed some unique things here today, and today we're going to spend a little more time with high-tech bikes, whereas yesterday we spent a little more time with old school bikes. So Tommy, one of the things that stuck out at me about this was these wings you've got on each side of the engine. Tell us just a little bit about the wings.
Well, before we got the wings going, the bike was really unstable in the air making the pass, and we come up with a design to do the wings. I got a guy that does the wings for Indy cars, so he computerly designed the wings for my bike, stuck them on, and it made total difference going down the track.
Could you tell a difference right away?
Oh, it stabilized it. It wasn't front tire in the air. It stabilized it completely. Then we got it working with them, so I made different sizes, trying them out. These are 5-inch, and right now it's stabilized and pulling the tire down at the 8th mile, so that's what we was wanting.
Wow, that's amazing. And, you know, this type of forward wing, I guess in aviation circles we call it a canard wing, has been attempted in the past on bikes, but usually they've been farther forward, farther out, attempting to catch the air right at the front of the bike, and have proven to be handling deficiencies associated with the wings. So now the racers are learning where to install them, how to get quality people involved to make sure that it's going to work the way it's intended. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we see this picking up. I think you mentioned there's some other racers trying this as well.
Yeah, Nigel Patrick out west in California, he's doing it, so it's worked great for him. He loves them.
He's a real innovator, too.
Oh, yeah. And a couple of people overseas has got them, so it's coming around.
Well, it's just a matter of time, because anything this light, this trick that adds this much stability and performance, as we try to keep these bucking Broncos from just trying to sky the front tire all the way down the track. And speaking of that, we found something else on this bike that I'd like you to elaborate a little bit on. Normally on these bikes, we'll see solid side panels and solid under trays, but you've told me we're doing something a little different here. Tell us about that, Tommy.
Well, I knew the air was getting trapped underneath, and it was making it like a sail, so I come up with hole panels, bottom and side, to let the air out. So it made a world of difference doing that.
And I imagine it would, because catching air, obviously the bikes are not fully faired. It's not like an automobile where everything's sealed in up front. There's lots of places to catch air. And when we're trying to get this thing down the track in minus 4-second range at 180 plus miles per hour, there's a lot of air to contend with. So, and what he's utilized here is a pretty simple material. It's called perforated metal, widely available, pretty lightweight, looks trick, works like crazy. So look at this, you're kind of leading the way with aerodynamics here.
Well, we try, so.
Well, you got the horsepower, and it's all about making it something you can actually get down the track time after time. That's what makes it happen here, and it's Pro Mod, brought to you by Man Cup. This is the Darlington Nationals. Stay tuned. We got a lot more to show you yet today.
All right, hard times, parts and service, top gas action. Josie Brooks, your #1 qualifier, legal buy run, choosing to just jump right out there and get her done. Once again, Josie looking for that magic 510. .511 with a 1 at 137. Josie Brooks continuing to get the job done. This is a competition break here. Points leader Heather Baldy from St. Peters, Missouri, benefiting from a competition break here in eliminations. She will get a opponent broke single here. Heather away clean, and she nails a 510 with an 8. Woo! The girls are beyond hanging tough here in hard times, parts and service. Top gas action, 511 and a 510. Showing they are not playing at all. Jerry Hurley, right side from Ohio. Jerry Hurley next up. Harvey Hubbard coming down from Virginia. Great pair right here. Pair of Suzukis. Too quick and too quicker. Hurley's 507, less damage than Harvey Hubbard's 505. A couple off-pace reaction times, and the reaction time was the difference for Hurley. He had the advantage. Next up, Alan Fields on his Hayabusa. Street tire, no bar, is flying. Mike Wagner just watched his daughter belt out a 510. He wants gold chains for everyone. What a drag race here. 5:13, the gold chains are flying out in St. Louis. The counselor willing it to happen. 5:10 with an 8 for Alan Fields coming in second. The reaction time to difference, Fields was not bad at 0.37, but Wagner 0.15 with that 5:13 flat. Margin of victory 0.00. Wags getting it done. Chad Otts, right lane. Dana Delk with the Honda that can do it. 4-second Honda in the left lane. Chad Otts, former national champion right here. They're away. Too quick for Dana. 5:01 spells defeat. 5:08 for Chad taking the W. Both riders had the same reaction times. Both riders, same reaction times. Big Dave Young coming down from Weaverville, North Carolina. Beautiful Suzuki entry. And he's got a tough cookie. Mantez Thompson Jr. coming over from Decatur, Alabama. Tez is a beast on that Hayabusa. But Dave Young, not to be taken lightly. Mantez Jr., 5'10 with a 9, taking the W. Dave Young, way under, 497, too quick. George Jones, right side. Mark Schwamm. Schwamm on the right. George Jones left, and it is Schwamm. 5'11", 5'15 for George. Great drag race. That was a great drag race right there.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. and a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
Okay, next on track is going to be the ET categories. So if you were a round 2 winner in Pro ET, Street ET, or V-Twin, please bring them back to the lanes. Pro and Street will be on ladders. We'll have those downstairs shortly for you. Pro and Street ET ladders will be coming downstairs. ET riders will be the next on racetrack. And we're going to follow that up with the second round of Pro action. Second round of Pros, you are on standby at this time. Second round of Pros on standby. But next on track will be the ET riders. All remaining ET riders in competition, please bring them back to the lanes. Bring them back to your respective lanes, please. You'll be next on track, and then we'll follow that up with the Pro categories. All right, we're going to move the equipment out onto the racetrack to do a little bit of maintenance on the racetrack. Flat drag on it. All ET riders left in competition. All ET riders, V-Twin, Street, and Pro. See Broderick in the lanes for your pairings. right, we got the chip draw going down in the lanes with Hollywood. Pairing up our Pro E-Tiers, pairing up our Street E-Tiers, V-Twin as well. After the ET runs, we'll go back into pros. All pro riders, please bring them to the lanes. I've got a couple pro bikes already there. Thank you. But Street ET, V-Twin ET, and Pro ET will be next on track. Voodoo Customs Street ET elimination round number 3 underway. Stanley Russell, Macon, Georgia, left side. We've got John Markham coming down from Kentucky, right side. Paraboosas, 602 for Stanley, 603 for Markham. Throw a blanket over him. Stanley pulls the trigger too early. 005 green for Markham. 603 on a 603 dial with a 005 light. I would say Markham was set on kill. Stanley 605 on that 602, but the red light negates it. Next pair, Scotty Samish, second generation racer. Left side, he's dialed a 7 flat. Warren Eldred out of Mississippi at 604. Green light start for Samish, and the same cannot be said for Eldred. Eldred turns it red. His day is over, wasting a 605 on that 604. 720 off pace on the 7 flat dial in for Samish, but nonetheless, Scotty Samish moving on. Javante Jones, bike number 894 from Harlem, Georgia, dial 620 left side. And bike number 1012, dial 6 flat right side. Good little drag race here. Give that to Javante. Welded him on the tree. Huge reaction time advantage. And his 623 was good for the victory. 578, massive breakout on the 6 flat. Right lane must have just missed the tree completely. Wilbur Mummy next up. He's dialed an 860. Tom Lagasse's going to have to wait on this one. He's going to get a whole long look at that Honda. He's going to have to wait. Mummy, 860 dialed, goes an 860. 860 on a 860, and he couples that with an 01 reaction time. That is some tough sledding. Tom Lagasse, 618 on a 620. Reaction time difference there. Breaking out and not getting there. Rylan Rowe, left side, and Savannah Vose, right side. Savannah dialed a 6 flat. Rylan, 585. Oh, Savannah goes red. And that will end her day. She goes a 589, breaking out on that 6 flat. Rylan, 583 on his 585. And he was off pace reaction time wise. So when Savannah sees that ticket, she won't be thrilled. But again, that's why you run them on the track. We don't run them on paper. And that is Street ET in the books. V-Twin and Pro ET are yet to run, and then we will move into the pro categories. Pro categories will be up behind the remaining ET riders. Going to have Pro ET moving out shortly, it appears. And just like that, our V-Twin final appears. This is Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead V-Twin final. Duffy Freeman from Conyers, Georgia. He's on a 1995 bad boy. And it's Scotty DeLong on the Kawasaki entry right side. DeLong, 808 dial. Duffy, 9:15. Duffy gets the head start. DeLong will have to chase him down. Green lights a pair. Finish line will determine this one, and it is going to be DeLong. 809 on an 808, and he did have the reaction time advantage. Scott DeLong, your champion in V-Twin, much to the chagrin of Johnny Sachs. The greatness that is John Sachs, showing he still had it first round. When that reaction time mattered, he was all over the tree. Said he had enough cheeseburgers on the starting line yesterday, so he went after it. First round, just came up a bit short, but good to see Johnny Sachs back in the saddle. Scott DeLong, the champion, Mercedes-Benz of Buckhead V-Twin action. All right, we move into MPS Racing Pro ET action. And the legal bye right here. Sean the Rain Man Rainey. Rainey pulls the bye. He may need to go to Mohegan Sun this weekend. Rainey dialed a 537. See what he's got. Looks like he intends to make a full pull to set his tune up. Rainey also advanced in 460. He is still in the 460 action as well. Outstanding reaction time for Rainey, and he goes a 538 on that 537. All over the number. Byron's in the books, and so we've got 4 pair to determine who's going to make up that Fab 5 coming back. Next up, Eric Yost from Ohio, left side. Josie Brooks down from Canada. Josie sticking with that 510 dial-in. 510 for Josie. She just stays dialed on her Hard Times Parts and Service top gas number. Yost 552. Green lights, a pair. Who's got it? It is double breakout. Josie, 509.6, 4 thou under. Yost, 551 with a 5 thou under. Josie, 1 thou less of a breakout, taking the W. Yost had the reaction time advantage, but could not parlay that into the win ticket. Next pair, Dave Young, 557 in the right side dial-in, and 570 dial-in left side for Jerry Turner. It is Jerry Turner taking a W, 570 on a 570. Dave Young went 557 on a 557 and came in second. Both riders matching their dial-in. Johnny Markham next up, left side, and Mark Schwam, right side. 536 dial. Left, 544, right side. Schwam will go first. Markham will be trying to chase him down. 800s here. Red lights start for Mark Schwamm. John Markham was late, but he goes a 5:36 on a 5:36. Mark Schwamm will be disappointed in his own, but that happens on the drag strip. Tough pair right there. Last pair. All right, final pair. Ryland Rowe, 553. Cedric Mingo, 560. Mingo with trouble. Ryland. Victory, 568. Okay, just probably go into just a brief, quick flat drag of the track before the pros come out. Pro Mod is under the tunnel. I need my Pro Open final if you're not there. 460 riders, you should be in your lane and paired. 460 riders should be in your lane and paired. Pros are next up, and then we will move into the second round of Sportsman eliminations, starting with Ultra Sportsman, moving to Super Comp, and then the Top Gas in that order. Pro Open rider Chris Edwards, final call to lanes, please. Chris Edwards, your number one qualifier. We're looking for you in the lanes. This is your final call. Chris Edwards to the lanes. 460, let's get them paired up. 460 riders, pair them up. All right. Semi-final action in Fast by Gas Pro Modified. Connell Smith on the Kawasaki right side and your number one qualifier, Tyrone Lemons, left side. Tyrone on the pole, had the bye run last round. He opted not to run. Connell Smith having lane choice, taking this right-hand lane, which is where he's been a lot. Terry Wynn will have your legal bye. He's going to watch to see who he faces in the final. .414 low ET so far of the event for Tyrone Lemons. 168 mile per hour off of a one flat 60 foot in the left lane. 1-0-0. Connell Smith, unfortunately, another troubled run. He went 111 to 60, 293, but it was in the process of giving up. We saw fire back out the carburetors again. Tough weekend for the Smith family on the world's quickest Kawasaki Pro Mod entry. Terry Wynn, he earned this legal bye by knocking off the number 2 qualifier, JP Maddox. Terry Wynn, the shrimp cooking machine on his Suzuki with help from Fuel Tech. That is Terry's best pass of the weekend right there by far. Terry Wynn, 418 at 162. does not garner lane choice for the final. That will be held by Tyrone Lemons, is 4:14. Low ET the event so far, but Terry goes 4:18 at 162. He had a 1:03 short time. Good job, Terry. Got a stout pair for the final. And it appears that the Robinson Industries Pro Open final moving to the puddle. Number one qualifier in the right-hand lane, that's Chris Edwards. On the David entry. Left side, low ET of the category so far, on the Goliath entry. But who can match the power to the racetrack is really what it comes down to. Chris Edwards did it best yesterday and was rewarded with the pole position. Tommy Saxon getting a handle on things. Edwards very patiently waiting while the clock is on for Saxon, and it appears Saxon is done. The very improbable David versus Goliath story comes out. Appears with David gonna take the W. He has run solid all weekend, but definitely at a decided disadvantage to these huge drag bikes. Chris Edwards poised to be your champion in Robinson Industries Pro Open. Bringing it up on the starting line rev limiter. He's gone. 449, 157. Not the cleanest of passes for Chris, but congratulations on that win here at the 190hookup.com Nationals. Chris Edwards, your Robinson Industries Pro Open champion. Tough break for Tommy Saxon. Something went awry in the burnout, and he knew it. Ultra Sportsman to lane 2. Super Comp to lane 4, please. Top Gas to lane 6.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Second round action underway here in Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. John Krakalici, left side, Suzuki Power BPM Racing Engines. He's out of Clearwater, Florida. Josie Brooks from the other end of the spectrum, the Polar Express coming down from Ontario, Canada. Josie all motor. John with the bottle. Both riders away. It is Josie 474. John unable to muster the number. Good trees by both riders. Josie was 03, John was 05. But John's 495 would not get the job done compared to the 474 of Josie Brooks moving to round 3. Monster matchup right here. Mike Tian has been all over the number and the tree all weekend. Ronnie Procopio needs no introduction. The $2 window would be on fire right now. You'd get a ton of action on either rider right now. Mike Tian out of Rob Bush Motorsports. Ronnie Procopio, Mr. 460. They're moving in. It's going to be a good one. Neither rider wanting a stage. Tian is in. Procopio in. Tian 463. Procopio just under at a 459 with a 5. Tian reaction time advantage was able to push Procopio under. Mike Tian moving on to round 3. Ronnie Procopio's day is over. That one was worth the price of admission, folks. Rashad Jones from Mississippi next up, left side on the Suzuki, and Tim Shelton, who laid down a really nice pass first round. Tim had a competition break. See who's up for moving on to round 3. Green lights a pair, and it is Rashad Jones moving on. Rashad, 462 with an 03 light. Shelton, better reaction time at 01. He went 464. The margin of victory, 0-0-0. 0-0-0. Rashad Jones, turn the light on. Takes the W. Moving to round 3. Sean Rainey, left side. Chad Otts in the right lane. Rainey's bike, mechanical problems. 466 for Chad Otts spells victory. I stand corrected. The winner is in the left lane. Red light start, right lane. Right lane went negative 0-0-0-1. 1/10 thou. And his 466 is gone. Red light start for Chad Otts. Sean Rainey advances. Lowry Callahan is next up. Kawasaki in the left lane from Scranton, South Carolina. And Harvey Hubbard from the Peanut family. Hubbard, Suzuki powered out of Lester Jenkins. Power under the hood. Lowry goes red. Harvey would have went red, but he did not. He got a green light because Lowry left first. 4:55, a breakout for Hubbard, but it does not matter. Hubbard advancing on. Lowry Callahan's day is done, and we got Big Joe Procopio left side. Big Joe. Left lane. Sportsman riders, all Sportsman riders to the lanes. Ultra Sportsman to 2, Super Comp to 4, and Top Gas to 6. Your categories will be next on the racetrack after we run these unique Rob Bush Motorsports powered motorcycle engine dragsters. That'll be next on the racetrack, an exhibition by the motorcycle powered dragsters. Yeah, we got one left before the tree activated, and it's smoking up a storm. The other one's slipping the clutch the whole way through there. But there you go. An exhibition, supposed to be a pair on the motorcycle engine-powered dragsters, and we have a funny car. Going to take up a hit in the left lane, motorcycle engine-powered funny car. You get to see it all here at the 190hookup.com Nationals. A big thanks to Rob Bush of Rob Bush Motorsports for sponsoring the event. Rob has got his stuff all over Darlington Dragway for decades now. And we're going to go into a bit of track maintenance to assure this Darlington Dragway surface remains perfect for the racers remaining in competition. One flat 60-foot in Fast by Gas Pro Mod tells you everything you need to know about how this track has been working all weekend. J Squared Plumbing Ultra Sportsman will be next on track. Ultra Sportsman, you'll be next on track. That'll be followed by MTC Engineering Super Comp. And then Hard Times Parts and Service Top Gas. Those will be our next three categories hitting the racetrack. If you're remaining in competition in those categories, please bring them to the lanes for pairings.
Now coming at you with one of the most successful racers, if not the most successful racer in Man Cup this year, none other than John Spooky Markham. So, John, you've been having one hell of a season. Tell us how many races you've doubled up at. Give us a little detail on just how dominant you've been.
Well, I see so far, I think 2 events this year we doubled up, and a third one we won and runner-up in. So, Man Cup's been good to us this year. Hollywood come out with those very unique trophies at the beginning of the year, and I was like, oh man, I got to have one of them. And doggone if I didn't double up the first race, got me 2 of them right out the gate, you know. So,
yeah. You're going to have to put up a new shelf for them, huh?
Yeah, oh yeah, no doubt. Yep. Oh, Mama's already said I can't bring them in, but I said, well, they're awful nice, you know. But yeah, it has been a good year for us. Bikes has been running really good. We didn't originally going to run Man Cup, but I wanted to support Hollywood because, you know, he come on board and he's really trying to change things and make racing great again, you know, and ain't nobody putting in more work in Hollywood right now.
Boy, ain't that the truth. Of course, that's why I'm here. You know, he wants to continue to improve the quality of the live feed, get a lot more of the racers' stories out there. So how many years have you been racing? When did you get started?
I got started when I was 15 years old. I'll be 55 my birthday. I've missed 1 season since then. And that's a long time, 40 years.
Wow, ain't that something? So these are your 2 machines. We got a street tire bike. We got a slick and bar bike. What's it like switching back and forth on these formats? Has it just become second nature to you, or is there anything you got to tell yourself when you switch from one to the other?
Yeah, definitely. It took a while to get used to that, especially the no bar bike. But I've been riding that so long, I've gotten used to it, and it's not a smooth, easy transition, but I've transitioned it very well over time.
Apparently.
Yeah, but like this bike here, this is actually my son's bike, Dalton. This is the bike that he just won the 10K race on a few weeks ago, and actually mine had the oil didn't look real good in it before I came here, so the kid told me, so well, Dad, just come get my bike. And I got his truck. He gave me his pickup truck too. So good kid there, you know. And I'm still in 2 classes on his bike. I'm beating on it pretty good. So.
Well, sometimes it pays to be 50 plus years old, you know.
Yeah.
You got them extra resources in the family. So I know basically you've got one of the classes pretty much locked up for the plate at this point, don't you?
Yeah, Ultra Sportsman's looking pretty good. Come in here with a 100-point lead. Still in Street ET, and I was in the lead on it, so we're still getting points. Super Comp, me and Sandy's battling out. We're both still in, so that's probably going to come down to the World Finals. And see what we have left. Pro ET. Pro ET is neck to neck with me and Miss Josie here. So I'm still in, she's still in. So that's why I like it. I like going all the way to the World Finals. Let's duke it out there, you know, so can't wait.
Yeah, and, you know, this season, of course, we lost the 1 race to Helene. So that kind of, you know, threw a monkey wrench in the works for a few of y'all. Made these last 2 races even more important. And as we head into the World Finals, so you've actually got and I'm not trying to blow your skirt up here, but you've got a numerical chance at 4 championships. 4 championship possibilities. And never rule this man out. He has proved to be one of the toughest out here for years, and he's a cagey old veteran. And John, we can't wait to see what you finish up with today and what you bring us for the finals.
Awesome, appreciate that, Bill. I'm glad he brought you back on too, because I think you're the legend of the sport as far as announcing, as far as I'm concerned. And I think with you at the mic and then just doing what you're doing with the social media and all, I think Man Cup's going to be the next biggest thing, quite possibly, you know. So.
Well, I really appreciate that. That gets me right here in my heart. I like to tell everybody there's only one thing I love at the track more than announcing, and that's racing. So it's great to be a part of it, and who knows, this keeps up. I'm getting all excited. I might have to swing a leg again one of these days, too.
Hey, awesome.
It's never too late.
No, never too late.
All right, everybody. Just another amazing racer, part of the Man Cup Series here at the 190hookup.com Nationals in Darlington, South Carolina.
599 with an 8. He's all over that number. 599 with an 8. Next pair coming up, Bob Burt on his 2008 Hayabusa in Ultra Sportsman action. He's up against Stanley Russell, Macon, Georgia, 2011 Suzuki Hayabusa. Pair of Busas. Stand with trouble. Off the line, Burt out of it, and Burt advances. Hollywood Jackson, if you could report underneath the tower, under the tower, Ultra Sportsman pairing question, Hollywood Jackson.
More Man Cup action now here with one of our greatest veterans, Frankie Looney. Still crazy after all these years on his Honda 750. Frankie, how long you been in this sport now?
Since about 98.
98. And have you had this bike the whole time?
I built this bike in 1998 to make it kind of a self-sufficient thing where I could bracket race it, kickstart it, and just go without having to have any help.
So are you still kickstarting?
I'm still kickstarting.
I love it. I love it.
Sometimes it kicks back, but yeah.
Well, yeah, they'll do that. Yeah, my very first drag bike was a Kickstarter too, KZ1000, you know, way to go. So in all that time, have you kept track of how many events you've been in?
Absolutely not.
A number too great to consider.
Yeah, it was probably hundreds, a couple of hundred, I guess I would say. It's probably about that over a period of time.
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, you know, in that time, you've developed quite a reputation as one of the stalwart, diehard Honda 750 crew. You and Bill Benton, and of course Wilbur Mummy, and you know, hey, Sam Green, still doing good over there in England. So, how many races did you guys attend with? Did Sam come that you guys were at?
Sam probably came to at least 5 or 6 races with us when in the period of time he was coming back and forth, and I kind of worked with him a little bit on the development at Honda-Matic. But Bill Benton and let's see, who else was it? Gosh, my mind just went blank. But there's a couple of guys up in New England that actually helped with that as well, mainly.
Yeah, and for those of you who knew Sam Green, he was an older British gentleman who came over here to race quite a bit, and he ran the version of this bike that had from the factory a 2-speed automatic, the Honda-Matic. As I understand, I've seen some of the motorcycle companies are starting to revisit that concept, but with modern technology. Have you seen that out there?
Exactly. Automatic bikes, you think about the Honda Goldwing is now automatic.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's something you never would have imagined that a touring bike would be automatic, but it is. And it's just worked out very well for them as far as sales are concerned.
Yeah, technology continues to march forward. But for some of us, we're locked in time.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in the best possible way, because what you're doing with this machine is, in many ways, to me, it's kind of like the heart and soul of what we drag race for, you know? It's about simplicity. It's about fun. It's about not spending so much money that you can keep coming back racing year after year.
And the good thing about this particular bike, you can still find parts for the old Honda like that. CycleX sponsors me a little bit. They're out of Wisconsin, and they sell a lot of the Honda parts. Anything from motor parts, you can get chassis parts, forks, wheels. He even does motor work, machine work. So if anybody needs any work done, just call Ken up there, and he'll take care of you. That's a shameless plug for Ken. So
nothing wrong with that at all. But, you know, and to that end, it's like you say, in my going about in the industry and the things I do, I came across a couple of Honda 750 valve covers like this, you know, and I'm like, oh man, this is treasure. Look how much money I'm going to make on this, you know, and I went and looked at what they're going for, and I'm like, $35? Right. I thought this was rare stuff, man. Apparently Honda made a whole bunch of these over the years.
The good thing about this bike, after they started with the Super Eliminator class again in the Man Cup, I was able to take this bike and set several different records with it in the Super Eliminator class with Man Cup. So I definitely want to appreciate those guys in Super Eliminator for creating a class just for this type of bike, where it's got still you have to kickstart it. It doesn't have the outboard start. It's got street tires on it. So they actually created a class, and I was able to set the record multiple times.
Outstanding. I came up in Super Eliminator myself, and it was such a fun class. And I love the way the Super Eliminator racers, they pretty much created their own sub-organization to track all the different records. In Super Eliminator, every kind of motorcycle, rather than running in a bracket class or an index class, has its own national record. It's a throwback to the days of yore, but still very popular today. I don't know, because I'm new back here. Do you know if we're going to compete Super Eliminator at the finals?
It will be yes, we will have Super Eliminator there. So if anybody's got any H2s that are still out there, any Yamahas that are still out there, CBs that are still out there, even old KZs, anything that you might have. We recently lost a gentleman out of North Carolina that ran that Triumph. If you remember, that was on a Nitro. I can't remember his name right now, and I apologize for that. But he recently passed.
I know who you mean.
And that was about my favorite bike out there. That was just great watching that bike and hearing it. But nevertheless, we're trying to get more bikes in to try to build a Super Eliminator class. So y'all come on out, please. Hang out with us.
Super Eliminator is so fun. One of my favorites, too. Kevin Hutchinson on his Water Buffalo Suzuki.
That's a unique bike altogether. You don't see very many of them. He's the only one in the class, really, that has that particular 750 triple water-cooled two-stroke bike.
Yeah.
And that's really odd and unique, no doubt about it. Everything else is air-cooled.
Yeah, I'm ready to see somebody come out with one of them RE5 rotaries and really blow our mind. Yeah. We'll have to set up a new class for that.
No doubt, no doubt.
Well, Frankie, I know you're getting busy taking everything down. I appreciate you spending a few minutes with us.
Thank you. Good to have you back, too.
Man, it's great to be back. I couldn't be happier. And, man, I'm jazzed. So thank you
Good.
and all the Man Cup
Great.
racers for a
Thank
warm
you.
welcome.
Thank you. And I want to thank Hollywood for everything he's doing. He provided us with a good venue. The weather turned it out very well. He provides good purses, but we're trying to make certain that we get the racers to come back in. So if anybody's listening to me right now, come on out, try it again. If you maybe were doing something else, come to the finals. Let's make it big again, just like it was. The finals were always just a lot of bikes from everywhere. So that's kind of what I'm looking forward to, is having people come back in again and support the series.
I'll tell you what, even I couldn't have said it any better. Thanks again, Frankie.
Appreciate it. Take care.
You're the man, and you're just one of hundreds, if not thousands, of examples of why Man Cup racing is the most amazing motorcycle drag racing on earth. We got the new, we got the old, we got the low tech, we got the high tech. We got it all. Come on out and play with us. Valdosta, November.
That's it.
Under Smith. We got green lights. Double breakout. Randy Smith, 549, way under. Rylan Rowe a bit closer at 557. Pair of great reaction times right there. Randy Smith 03 and Rylan Rowe 02. Rylan Rowe advances. Next pair up, legal buy, is bike number 2027. He lays down a 561, advancing to the quarterfinal round.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
And the burnouts are complete. Both riders moving in. You're looking for that magic 5-10 with a 0 and get there first. It's kind of like dieting. Easy to talk about, very hard to do. Green lights. Finish line. 5:14's a pair. Give it to Josie. Reaction time advantage. And her 5:14 with a 3, defeating Jerry Hurley's 5:14 with a 7. Your current points leader in hard times, parts and service, Top Gas. That's Heather Baldy on the left side out of the Schwartz Law Group. Massive conglomerate in the St. Louis area. Up against Mark Schwam, right side from Pennsylvania. Great drag race. It is Schwam, 5'11", with the reaction time advantage. Ends the day for Heather Baldy. Her 5:14, not enough. Pro and Street ET riders remaining in competition, please report back to your lanes. Pro and Street ET riders, please report back to your lanes for the next round of competition. Mantez Jr., he's on a bye run, and he nails a 5:10 on a 5:10 with an 01 light. Tez showing how to get it done. Mantez Thompson Jr. advancing on. Chad Otts right side from Mississippi, and Mike Wagner left side from Missouri just watched his daughter lose. See if he's got it to keep it going for the Wagner family into the round 3. They're both away clean. Good drag race. It is a reaction time advantage to Chad Otts, and he puts that into a win with a 5:13, besting Mike Wagner's 5:11. Chad had the better part of 300s on the tree, and he did it. He got the job done. Turned the light on by 4th thou. Very, very close down at the stripe. Mike Wagner's day ends. Chad Otts advances on. All right. MPS Racing Pro ET riders remaining in competition, please bring them to the lanes. And Voodoo Customs Street ET riders, if you're still in competition, bring them to the lanes. ET riders, we need you guys back to the lanes. Street ET and Pro ET. We need you in the lanes for this next round of competition. Street ET and Pro ET. And the call goes out for 460. Remaining riders in 460 competition, please bring them to the lane. 460 riders, please bring them to lane number 7. Pair them up. We'll get you guys knocked down a little closer to the finish line. ET riders first, then 460. And we'll just swing it back around after that to our sportsman category. So let's be on our toes. Service them, get them back to the lanes if you've won.
So we're getting down to the final rounds here in 190 hookup competition here at the Man Cup Darlington Nationals. And we've got one of the big pairings going on right here. Where is Santy? No, this isn't Santy. What do we got, guys? Which round is this?
This is Pro ET. We're down to 5 bikes.
Pro ET, 5 bikes. And who's going to win?
We have no idea yet, but I'm going to give it my best shot.
All right, and let's get your name.
Sean Rainey.
Sean Rainey, of course. And you?
Jerry Turner.
Jerry Turner. So out of the 5 bikes, it's going to be one of you two who win.
Yeah.
One of us. Somebody's going to win.
Yeah, we'll take
2
the
go
final.
down, one's going home.
All right.
We'll run in the final.
So,
Give her heck, I'll tell you that.
So Pro ET, how many bikes did we start with today?
I think 19 or something, right?
Somewhere around there.
I couldn't swear to that, though.
Yeah.
Relatively small field in the big picture. So this year, what's the biggest Pro ET field you can remember in Man Cup competition?
My first race at Man Cup.
Me
this
too.
year.
Me too.
So.
Well, then this would be it. All right. Well, we're glad to have you along. Are you guys thinking about going to the finals in November?
I am absolutely going to the finals in November.
Outstanding.
Yes, if I can make it there, I'll be there.
Well, couldn't ask for more than that. So Pro ET coming up. 5 remain. Soon there will be 3, then 2.
Yep. No, 3 and a bye running final for 2, yes.
That's it. Okay, so coming on down to the end here at Pro ET.
We're drawing chips to find out who's racing who. Nobody knows yet.
Ah, the mystery. Thanks for coming out, guys. Let's see who else we've got over here. This must be Street ET. Street ET coming up. Hey, Wilbur. So, what are we down to 3 now?
We've got 5 left, so there'll be 2 more rounds to finish this out. Don't tell anybody, but Whole Shot's been keeping me in it today.
So Wilbur's got his secret formula. So we got 5 bikes left, couple rounds. Won't take long to get through Street ET. And there's our fearless leader, Broderick Hollywood Jackson. Indefatigable Broderick Hollywood Jackson. Street ET's getting ready to line up right now, so I think what I'm going to do is pass this action back to the track, and Jay Reagan, our intrepid announcer. Jay Reagan's been in this game probably as long as I have, and that's a long time, and he does a great job. So let's give it to the Street ET guys and gals. Man Cup Racing coming at you.
.460 riders, 460 riders to the lanes for pairings, 460 riders to the lanes for pairings. You're going to run directly behind the ET categories. .602 on a 602. Wilbur Mummy left side, and Scotty Samish right side. Samish out a 7 flat, but he's going to have to wait on the 860 of Wilbur Money. Well, he doesn't have to wait long. Mummy red lights. Samish advances to the next round. Scotty Samish moving on. He goes 7:28 on that 7 flat. Moving on. Next up, you've got Javante Jones. He comes out of Harlem, Georgia, down to 6:20. Right lane, Rylan Rowe. Coming down from Kentucky, still in competition in multiple categories. He's down 583. Both riders away clean. Good drag race, and it is Rowe advancing. 587 on a 583. Rowe moves on.
Continuing with our high-tech Sunday here at the 190hookup.com Darlington Nationals, we've got here a very interesting motorcycle. Now, back in the day, we used to have an extremely fun class called Funny Bike. Funny Bike was, in many ways, the predecessor to today's Pro Mod class. And along the way, a lot of Funny Bike riders were looking for some type of solution to bring more durability. Once we got to the limits of what the current technology could handle, stock cases, stock crankshafts, all of these things began to become a problem. So a very enterprising individual who owns this bike by the name of Rob Giard decided to build what we now call a new age funny bike. And in this case, this is much more similar to a top fuel bike in that it has a separate engine and transmission rather than what we call the unitary style engine and transmission case as used on most other funny and pro mod bikes. So what we have here is a Puma bottom end of almost 2,000 cc's. Okay, it's a quite different approach. This is, of course, a Kawasaki but Vortex style head and separate transmission. This bike has had a variety of combinations in it. Rob had been running a 3-speed planetary transmission for a while. Currently, he's got a 2-speed in it, and that's why he's here this weekend working out the seams for a whole new approach with only 2 gears. Low gear is only a 1.48 ratio, or of course high gear is your typical 1-to-1 direct drive. So Rob's got a lot of work ahead of him to get the new combination to work with that extremely tall first gear. A lot of clutch work, a lot of fine tuning to come. But the machine overall is an extremely wild combination of, like I say, separate engine and transmission. You can see the fuel pump drive on this side. You can see the magneto drive on the other side. Of course, big old Turbonetics turbo out front. And Rob works on this as he can. You know, he's like many of the racers out here, a Sportsman racer trying to make it happen with limited funding. Now, you might notice something on this bike right here, the sticker BHP. That's near and dear to my heart because BHP was the company my late father had when he passed away, called Bilhan Products. Now, Rob Giard, the owner of the bike, and my dad were very close in his final years. As a matter of fact, Rob and I were with Dad in his final months, right up until the good Lord claimed him. And Rob and Dad, you have to bear with me here for a moment, Rob and Dad had come up with a very unique solution to my father's remains. And I'm going to show you that right now. Let's just take a little walk over here into the trailer. Rob and Dad decided that Dad would like to be able to posthumously go to the races. And so my father's remains are encased in this large turbocharger compressor. That's my dad right there in there. And as a result, he gets to go to every single race that Rob goes to. And it's such a lovely gesture of friendship that I'm just amazed at the humanity and emotion that it represents. My father was a big force in this sport for a number of years. Of course, he's the primary reason why I got involved. I didn't grow up with Dad, but I spent a lot of time with him as an adult. And there's no doubt that he was a key part of my success in this sport as well. So Rob Giard with his amazing New Age funny bike and his ongoing guest at every race, my father, Bill Hahn Sr. So just one more way Man Cup racing is so special to my soul. And just one more way we see the dedication of these racers and their legacies here, Manufacturers Cup drag racing.
Pro ET riders are moving into the puddle. Burnout's complete. First pair. MPS Racing Pro ET action. And we'll get in the next pair will be the pair of the buy run recipients. Rainey and Turner both have had a buy run, so they will square off. Markham and Brooks here. 5:10 your dial left side, 5:36 left. Josie goes red. John Markham, 540 on a 536. He was vulnerable there, but he turned it green, and that's how you win. Josie, unfortunately, her day is done in MPS Racing Pro ET. She went 011 red, and her 515 with a 9. She was even further off the index than John was. So there you go. Markham advances. Jerry Turner left side and Sean Rainey right. Great drag race right here. Who's got the stripe? It is Turner, 573. He goes 5 over with a 005 reaction time. He bests Rainey's 542 on a 538, and he was right there with an 012 reaction. The margin, 000 again. Wow. Turner advances. Rylan Rowe has the legal bye run. That sets up John Markham with a bye run into the final, as Turner and now Rowe have both had bye runs. So Markham will get a free pass into the MPS Racing Pro ET final. A bye run when you need it most. .553 on a 552. Rowe is ready. And that is MPS Racing Pro ET in the books. I need the 4 riders remaining in Ultra Sportsman. 4 riders in Ultra Sportsman. Please get them back to lane 2. That would be Mantez Jr., Bob Burt, Mr. Nichols, and Mr. Purnell. Those 4 riders, let's get them back to the lanes. Next up should be Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460. Super Comp Riders, I'm looking for 6 riders back to lane number 4. Santee Rodriguez, Dwayne Leachman, John Markham, Mr. Nichols again, Rylan Rowe again, and also bike number 2027. Need those riders back to lane number 4 for the next round of Super Comp. I'm missing 2 riders in 460. We're on the verge of running without you. Remaining 2 riders in 460. Final call. We will run without you. And there we have it. 460 riders are moving to the puddle. 460 is moving to the puddle. Ultra Sportsman will be next up behind that, followed by Super Comp and Top Gas. 460 in the puddle, and then we'll move our way through our 3 Sportsman categories. Back to action. Hollywood Jackson. Pro Ultra 460. Rashad Jones in the right lane, taking on Mike Tian coming out of Rob Bush Motorsports. And I would tell you, Tian is back with a vengeance from that spill he took earlier this year. He has been on his game this weekend. Green lights a pair. Great race. 460 with a 7, as well as the reaction time advantage. Mike Tian moving on. Rashad Rowe was 0.24 and he was second. His 462 with his 0.24 just not enough for Mike Tian moving on. And got Big Joe. Big Joe Procopio, left lane. Harvey Hubbard, right side. Pair of Suzuki powered entries here. Joe Procopio. Joe Procopio steals one. Harvey Hubbard goes too quick. He had a huge reaction time advantage, Harvey did. But he went too quick again. He went a 457. When Harvey looks at that slip, he will be mad at only one person. Joe Procopio, dead late, but goes 460 with a 1. 1th out of the good, and he moves on. Sean Rainey, left side, the Rain Man, Connecticut. The Polar Express, Josie Brooks on her all-motor Suzuki, right side. What do we got here? Rainey, 470. Josie Brooks struck the tire, unable to motor through, 476. Rainey with the reaction time advantage. Sean Rainey, Joe Procopio, and Mike Tian make up the semifinal. There is your 3 moving on to the next round, and we'll take those guys back here as soon as they're ready to go.
We drive performance. We drive passion. A background in drag racing. And a future in all forms of motorsports. Because success in one sport isn't enough. Pushing ourselves to be the best. Climbing every mountain. Topping every peak. Until you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.net.
Top gas riders, I need you back to the lanes, please. Top gas, lane 6. We've got J Squared Plumbing, Ultra, Sportsman in the puddle. Bob Burt, right side. Doing his best John Force impression there for Mike Swanson. None other than Mantez Jr. waiting on him in the other lane. Tez and Burt here. Red lights start for Mantez Jr. Burt advances. Bob Burt with a little bit of a break out there, 579. Mantez went pink. That was negative 007. He went 608 in the losing effort. And next up, Chad Nichols and Barry Purnell. See who's going to get a chance to dance with Burt in the final. Big Barry. Green lights. Outstanding effort there. Chad Nichols went 007 and put that together with a 602. Barry did everything he could to turn the light on, but he had to go under 594 to do it. The reaction time, the difference. So it is Chad Nichols will be against Bob Burt in the final. We'll take you two riders back soon as you're ready to go. Service them and bring them back up. Let's see who takes home the hardware here at the 190hookup.com Nationals. Yep. We are missing the 6th Super Comp rider. MTC Engineering Super Comp, first pair. This is Dwayne Leachman and Santee Rodriguez. Santee left before the tree was activated. Dwayne Leachman, your automatic winner. John Markham next up against Rylan Rowe. Rylan Rowe, right side, John Markham left. Ooh, this is a doozy, folks. Give it to the veteran. John Markham with a slightly worse reaction time at 0:20. His 5:57.7 besting the 5:55.4 from Rylan Rowe, who hit it with an 0:17 reaction time. Markham advances. Next pair is Scott DeLong and Chad Nichols. It's a drag race. And Nichols advances. Trouble down track for DeLong, who had the reaction time advantage, but he was out of power at the finish line. Chad Nichols advances. Top Gas looking for the 4-pack of racers in Top Gas. Josie Brooks, Mark Schwam, Mantez Jr. and Chad Otts. You're next up. 460 riders, I need you back in the lanes. The remaining 3 riders in 460. Let's get that semifinal knocked out of the way. 460. Bring them up to the lanes for your semifinal round. All right, last call for the concession stand, folks. Get your grub on. They got ice cold drinks, lunch, but you got 10 minutes to get there. Last call for the concession stand. Top Gas going to be moving to the puddle next. Like to have my ET riders report back to your lanes, and I do need 460, the 3 remaining in 460. I'm going to need you back. All right. Semifinal action, hard times, parts and service, Top Gas. Rolling into the puddle. I need 460 riders, those 3 remaining riders in 460 back to the lanes, and I need all 2 of my ET categories. MPS Racing Pro ET and Voodoo Customs Street ET, please bring them back to the lanes for your next round. First pair out will be Mantez Thompson Jr., left side, and Chad Otts, right side. Burnouts complete. Chucky left side and Pooter right side. Couple of Chad Otts fans running up to the fence right now. Chad Otts, a fan favorite. Chucky's going to have something to say about it, though. Green lights. Finish line, it's Otts, 5:13. He had the reaction time advantage. Chucky did what he had to turn the light on, but he had to go under to do it. His 5:08, calling it a day for Mantez Thompson Jr. here in Top Gas. Hollywood Jackson underneath the tower, please. Hollywood Jackson underneath the tower, please. In that second pair, give it to Schwam. 5:09 with an 8. Josie turned it just pink at negative 008, and she went 5:13 to end her day in Top Gas. Mark Schwam moving into the final. Now, he was 008 on the tree, on the positive, and he goes 5:09.8 on that 5:10 index, so he was all over it. All right, Hollywood Jackson, Pro Ultra 460 next up, and Mike Tian carrying the bye, and he has decided to opt out. He automatically loses lane choice moving into the final, and he's either going to get Joe Procopio as an opponent or Sean the Rain Man Rainey. All right, 460 semifinal battle right here to see who is get to dance with Mike Tian. ET riders remaining in competition, please bring them back to your respective lanes. Street ET and Pro ET, you're next up. Big Joe. Big Joe. Well, he didn't leave many crumbs out there. 0-0-0 reaction time and a 461 with a 0. Sean gave it all he could. He was 0-2. He was on the tree, and his 465 just didn't have anything for Big Joe. Big Joe moving on to the final against Tian. That was a great drag race. The final is set in 460, and I do need my ET riders back, please. Once again, I need my remaining riders in ET competition. Please bring them back to lanes. Jerry Turner's there waiting for you. You need all riders in all categories, please. Servicemen, bring them back. We're down to semifinals or finals. Let's hand out the hardware. Let's get the job done out here and call it a day at the 190hookup.com Nationals. All right. Looks like we got somebody heading to the puddle. Scotty Samish pulls the bye based on reaction time. Scotty Samish advances to the final round in Voodoo Custom Street ET. He's going to watch who wins between Markham and Rowe. He will know who his dancing partner is. Green lights a pair. This is a finish line race. And give it to Markham. 6:02 on a 6:02 again. Markham has been 6:02ing him to death. He had the reaction time advantage of 0:30. Rowe right there with him, 0:46, but ran off at 5:85 on his 580 dial. So it is John Markham moving into a final round with Scotty Samish. Legal bye run right here. Once again, all winners in all categories, please bring them back to the lane so we can run you through. All winners in all categories, please bring them back. Pro Mod Riders, you bring them up for the final. Pro Mod Riders at any time. All winners in all categories, please return. We especially are looking for the semifinal action in Super Comp as well as semifinal action in Pro ET. Everything else is down to a final. You got your final together. Let's get it up to the lanes, finish it off, see who gets the hardware here at the 190hookup.com Nationals. All riders in all categories, please return to the lanes. As soon as I have Super Comp ready to go or Ultra Sportsman ready to go, let's run it. So that in the event that Mr. Nichols advances, he can come back. Those two categories, let's run one of those two as a priority, please. Pro Mod, final round, bring them to the lanes. Kim Morrell to the timing tower. Kim Morrell to the timing tower, please. Cancel that, Kim. We do not have the sheets you're looking for. Cancel that, Kim. All right, Leachman is back. He's ready to battle in Super Comp. All riders in all categories, let's get them back. All right, your semifinal round to determine who gets a date with John Markham in Pro ET. MPS Racing Pro ET. John Markham's already punched his ticket to the final round, courtesy of the bye run. It's either going to be Rylan Rowe or Jerry Turner. Pick your poison. Turner and Rowe. Turner gets to go first. Rowe chasing him down, and it is Turner. 572 on the 569 dial-in. Rylan Rowe's 553 on his 552, and you know what that tells you? Jerry Turner's 005 was the difference. Rylan Rowe was 028. Jerry Turner made that 6th thou at the finish line. Congratulations, Jerry Turner. Moving on. Rylan Rowe gave it everything he had. Markham going to make a full pull here on his 536 dial-in. .539. Final round is set in MPS Racing Pro ET. All remaining riders in all categories, please bring them back. All the marbles here in J Squared, Plumbing, Ultra Sportsman, Bob Burt left side. And they got green lights. Right lane wins. That's first half of a potential double up for Chad Nichols. Chad, the reaction time advantage, 596. Way closer to the index. Burt goes 585. Bob Burt, your runner-up. Chad Nichols takes the win in Ultra Sportsman, and he is halfway to a potential double-up as he is still left in MTC Engineering Super Comp.
From Top Fuel to Pro Mod, Fuel Tech has the perfect solution for your bike. Fuel Tech is changing the game, transforming a traditional EFI system into a compact vehicle control unit with touchscreen dashboard. Fuel injection, timing control, boost control, nitrous control, traction control, wheelie control, and safety controls are just a few of Fuel Tech's features. Learn more about what Fuel Tech has to offer at www.fueltech.com.
Final round action here. Hard Times, Parts and Service, Top Gas. Top Gas, Mark Schwam out of Pennsylvania, Chad Otts out of Mississippi. Yankees and Rednecks at it. They're at it. Schwam left lane and Otts in the right lane. Red light, Schwam. He goes 0.28 red. The game is over. Chad Otts, 5.08. He was loaded. He had an 0.16 tree, and he was 0.16 under. Mark Schwam, 0.28 red. He went 5.09. He was loaded as well. Congratulations, both riders. Great job. Mark Schwam, your runner-up. Chad Otts, your victor here at the 190hookup.com Nationals in Hard Times Parts and Service. Top Gas. Hollywood Drag Racing Pro Ultra 460 final moving out. Mike Tian against Big Joe. Here we go, 460 final in the puddle. All riders in all categories, please return to the lanes. Got Mike Tian, right side, and Joe Procopio, left lane. Pair of North Carolina runners here. They're in and gone. Tian with trouble. Big Joe takes the hardware home. Joe Procopio. He was 0-1-3 on the tree and he was dead late. Tian was 0-0-1. Trouble with Tian's bike down track, and Joe Procopio takes the victory with a 477 at only 125. He was not breaking out. Mike Tian, a tough 640 at 85 mile per hour, but an outstanding showing by Mike Tian. Just back in action after a big tumble earlier this spring. Fast by Gas Pro Mod Final in the puddle. Fast by Gas Pro Mod Final in the puddle. Tyrone went a 4:14 last round to garner lane choice. Terry Wynn right behind him at 4:18, and the sign to fire is on. Riders to fire is on. Tyrone with a little bit of trouble coming out of the burnout. We'll see if that affects his performance. Terry Wynn, left side, and Tyrone Lemons, right side, for all the marbles. All the marbles here in Fast by Gas Pro Mod. Great race. 4:14, 4:18. They repeat last round's performance. Tyrone goes a 4:14 again with a reaction time advantage, and that was it. Terry valiantly goes a 4:18, but give that race to Tyrone Lemons. He earned it. Tyrone Lemons, your Fast by Gas Pro Mod champion here at the 190hookup.com Nationals. Outstanding job by Lemons Racing. All right. Once again, all winners in all categories, please return to the lanes. All winners in all categories. Let's get it wrapped up. Action back here in MTC Engineering Super Comp. Got Chad Nichols right side and Dwayne Leachman left side. All right, green lights. 562 for Leachman, 060 light. 569 ends Chad Nichols' opportunity for a double up. Dwayne Leachman punches his ticket. He's going to see a familiar face in the final. That's John Markham. Looks like Markham's going to make a full pull. Eliza Jackson, final call. Get to the truck or you're going to be staying in South Carolina. Eliza Jackson, you got to get to the truck or you're going to be making a new home in South Carolina. I need John Markham back to lanes for Pro ET. John Markham to the lanes for Pro ET. Pro ET is ready to roll. John Markham, please bring it back for Pro ET. got our Voodoo Customs Street ET final under the tower. Once again, all remaining riders in all categories, please bring them back to the lane so we can wrap it up. Put a period on this outstanding 190 hookup.com Nationals. This Voodoo Customs Street ET final will feature John Markham and Scotty Samish. Final round action. Scotty Samish, right side. He's going to get to go first. Dialed 7 flat. John Markham, left side, dialed 602. And he has belted out about 4 in a row. 602 after 602. So, let's see what this one holds. They're moving them in. Here comes the tree. Samish away. Markham away. It's a drag race. 6:11 victory for John Markham. 7:10 for Scotty Samish. Scotty was away with an 099 tree. Markham 034. Congratulations. Both riders, Scotty Samish, runner-up, and John Markham, winner of Voodoo Customs Street ET here at the 190 hookup.com Nationals. Final round action. MPS Racing Pro ET. We got John Markham and Jerry Turner for all the marbles. In MPS Racing Pro ET, we saw some close racing all day. See what we get here. 539, the dial for Markham. He will watch Turner leave with a 570. Great drag race. Green lights. Give it to Markham, a 44 on a 39 after a 006 light. Jerry Turner off his dial, 582 on a 570. He was on the tree at 029, but nothing for Markham's 006. Congratulations, John Markham, your winner in MPS Racing Pro ET.
And we would not be a complete coverage of this event if we didn't talk to this man right here, Rob Bush of Rob Bush Racing. And of course, we also would say this is the man behind 190hookup.com. And so as our event sponsor, Rob's here with a couple of cool machines. Here is All Motor Grudge Bike. Behind us is his recently acquired four-wheel motorcycle engine dragster. So tell us a little bit about the Grudge Bike. And, you know, again, it's our high-tech Sunday. Tell us what makes this one a high-tech machine.
Really all the parts on the inside of the engine to be able to handle all the nitro content that we put in it.
Okay, so like nitro has made its way into normally aspirated stuff in a big way of late, which is kind of a throwback to way back in the day because it wasn't always all about injection and blowers. You know, the first experimentations with nitro back in the, 1950s came through carburetors.
Yeah, oh yeah. These things are all fuel injected now. I mean, we've got the best technology with max ECU and stuff like that, you know. You can do about anything you want nowadays.
Yeah, that's amazing. So tell me what kind of load of nitro is in here if you can even tell me. And if I'm asking you secret stuff, you just let me know.
It's really not secret. I mean, we start with 50-50, so it's 50% alcohol, 50% nitro. But then we also have a drum of 100% nitro, so we can keep adding a little bit and a little bit, keep spicing that up. And I mean, you talk 3 or 4% makes a huge difference. I mean, it is a world of difference.
You know, it reminds me of an old saying from the late great Elmer Trett. You know, he would talk about nitro in the terms of its destructive capability. And his saying was, with nitro, the piston always goes down. And what he meant by that is, even if that means it's the cylinder head and barrel going up past the piston always goes down. So lots of explosive capability. Now, when you mix a nitro for a machine like this, do you use a hydrometer?
Yes, we do. Yes. That's the only way to tell, because as the temperature changes throughout the day, your nitro content will actually change. So you've got to use a hydrometer. Say that it's 60 degrees out, and you test it, it can be 52%. With it's 90 degrees out, it can be 48. You know, so you got to test it every time.
That's amazing. And of course, you know, for so many years, nitromethane has been the sole realm of high-end motorsports. You know, top fuel cars, funny cars, injected nitro cars, which are one of my personal favorites. Yep. Of course, we used to have some injected nitro bikes back in the day, even in motorcycle drag racing in Pro Comp and Pro Mod. Those became a little less in favor when the turbo and nitrous combinations just started to really dominate. But, you know, nitromethane, the reason it makes so much power, and God knows it does, is we can burn such voluminous amounts of it, basically, you know, 15 times as much fuel per air as we can with gasoline, about half that on alcohol. But the other thing that makes it such a boomer is nitromethane in its chemical mix carries a huge load of its own oxygen, which is liberated upon combustion in the cylinder. So, I mean, it's just all the fuel, all the air. It's everything. So how long have you been playing with nitro now? All your career, or has it been particularly lately?
No, we've done this in about the last 2 years. Going back to nitro, God rest his soul, John Sands. If he were still alive today, I would have had an injected Hayabusa 10 years ago. We were working on that platform when he passed away. He was working on developing how to get the nozzles directly into the cylinder head. We're still using conventional Hayabusa throttle bodies with 2,000 cc injectors, but he knew the old school way to do it. He wanted the injector right there on top of the valve. So we were working on that when he passed away, and kind of put that on the back burner for a little while and had to take care of business stuff. So 2 years ago, you know, when the motor stuff started becoming a little more popular, then we said, let's put us one together and go out and test. And I mean, you burn up a lot of parts learning.
Yes, you do.
The pistons that we have in this thing look identical to a top fuel car piston now. They're fully coated, you know, with all the barriers on them, just like a top fuel car uses.
That's amazing. And it's come such a long way. And, you know, John Sands, of course, rest his soul. It's been 14 years since we lost John. He was one of my primary competitors back in the day in Pro Mod and Funny Bike. And without a doubt, one of my favorite competitors ever. He wasn't just smart, he was funny. But I'll tell you what, when the green flag dropped, the bull stopped. with John because he was one of the most fierce competitors. He brought my game up so far that, you know, I can't imagine anybody I've competed against that did more. But again, nitro, motorcycles, new but not, but with modern technology, finally able to harness that beast a little more effectively. So great to see racers like you.
Markham in, Leachman in. It's a green light drag race. Leachman with trouble. Markham taking the victory. Wins 3 categories. John Markham taking all the hardware home. Dwayne Leachman, unfortunately, with trouble in the right lane. That was a great drag race. Markham was on his game again. 024 on the tree. He had the advantage. Dwayne Leachman was right there, 031. But you got to make it to the finish line. Congratulations, John Markham, on winning 3 categories here at the 190hookup.com Nationals. We'd like to thank everyone for coming out. Outstanding job by the entire Darlington Dragway staff. We'll see you at the Man Cup World Finals in Valdosta, South Georgia Motorsports Park, weekend before Thanksgiving for the big one.